Good day to the international gliding community that is following the Santiago qualifying sailplane Grand Prix. This is Eduardo Böhm speaking, and today is the last day of competition. Auch einen schönen Gruß zu den deutsch sprechenden Zuhörern y naturalmente también un saludo afectuoso a todos los que nos escuchan en los países de habla hispana. We've got today a shorter task than yesterday. It's a task with a distance of 217 kilometers, starting in Vitacura. Next turn point is Termas de Colina. Then Lagunillas, Valle Nevado, Saladillo, El Abanico, and 3K. Although the task for today are much shorter than yesterday, it's not quite easy since the weather is very similar to yesterday. The general weather conditions, as yesterday, we've got a high pressure with a thermal inversion between 15 and 1600 meters, which is breaking with 26 degrees. The second system, the penetration could be between 3800 and 6100, and with possible thermals between 1 and 3.7 meters per second. The predominant winds are from the west, but not very intensive, probably from 5 to 10 knots. Yesterday, only 5 competitors complete the task. First was Thomas Costner with 6 points. Second was René Vidal with 4. Third, Carlos Roca with 3 points. Fourth, Jürgen Wenzel with 2 points. And fifth, Alejandro Chanes with 1. The overall results after day 7 are as follows. First, Carlos Roca with 38 points. Second, Thomas Costa with 35. Third, René Vidal with 30 points. Fourth, Jürgen Wenzel with 25 points. Fifth, Alejandro Chanes with 19 points. Sixth, Silverio de la Rosa, 9 points. In the seventh position, Javier Gaude and Philip Sturley, both with 7 points. In the ninth position, Nicolás Becerra and Giantas Zube, both with 5 points. In the 11th position, Andrés Herráceres, who is not competing today. All 10 competitors are already been towed, and they are all gaining altitude north from Vitacura. Okay, we've just heard the voice from Alfonso Soto, the contest director, advising that we are 20 minutes before starting. So we can see here that there are 4 competitors flying at our lab, our laboratorio, De La Rosa, Chanes, Zube, and Gaude, whilst the rest are flying at the ridge of Los Españoles. Here we can see Carlos Roca, Phil Sturley, Jürgen Wenzel, René Vidal, Nicolás Becerra, and Thomas Kostner. We will check the altitude of our competitors. Chanes 2500, Roca 3500, Zube 2900, Gaude 3000, Wenzel 3400, Nicolás Becerra 3000, Phil Sturley 2900, René Vidal 3100, De La Rosa 2500, and Costa 3000. Today's maximum start altitude will be 2000 meters, and the maximum start speed is, as the other days, 170 kilometers per hour. After 7 days of competitions, the three positions on top with Carlos Roca with 38 points, and followed by Thomas Costner with 35 and René Vidal with 30. Still not defined in terms who is going to win the competition, meaning that Thomas Costner has still possibility to be the winner if Carlos does not reach a good position. There is today an extra point. That means that between the first, between the winner and the second, there will be a difference of 3 points instead of the 2 normal points. Which certainly adds a bit of stress to this competition. As I was telling before, today's task is quite particularly difficult for at least the first two turn points after Termas de Colina. I mean to reach the point of Lagunillas, and afterwards the point of Valle Nevado will be a challenge, since all the competitors will have to gain minimal altitude, probably at Laboratorio and Españoles, where they currently are, in order to move south. It probably will be similar to the task from yesterday, where the first or the second point was bronze. So I guess that some competitors would be using a similar strategy. To reach the point of Lagunillas. And then the second difficulty will be to cross to this point, to Valle Nevado, since we have here a barrier, which is the east part from the San Ramon, from this mount. And later, the competitors have to go to the north, and from this point they will certainly not have the altitude to cross straight to this point, and they will have to gain again some altitude, probably going back eventually to Españoles to climb and reach this point. Seems that the competitors that are currently flying at Españoles are heading now south.
Attention, the start line will be open in 10 minutes. The maximum start altitude is 2,000 meters QNH. Pilots must be behind the start line in 9 minutes.
As you just hear, we are 10 minutes before the start, and all the competitors are starting to move behind the starting line. Flying sailplanes require sometimes patience, and probably today will be not the exception. As I was telling before, the met conditions are similar to yesterday, and particularly those competitors that were flying not too high yesterday, they were the competitors with most problems to reach the points. So we've just got an update, and you can appreciate the new positions of all competitors now heading to the south. Jürgen Wenzel had some problems again with the starting altitude, and with a second attempt to start, and was heavy penalized in total with 15 minutes. He was originally in the third position, but due to this problem ended in the fourth position and lost 1 point. So we're getting now a new refresh, and you can see that all competitors are close to Vitacura, about 8 to 10 kilometers, moving fast behind the starting line. Starting line has a It's got a width of 5 kilometers. And it is oriented west-east.
Attention, the start line will be open in 5 minutes. The maximum start altitude is 2,000 meters QNH. From now, turns to the right are prohibited. Pilots must be behind the start line in 4 minutes.
We've just here again the voice of Alfonso Soto advising that in 4 minutes we are starting the last task of competition of the qualifying sailplane Grand Prix. René Vidal and Thomas Kostner about 4 kilometers from the start line, followed by Jürgen Wenzel, Carlos Roca, Giantas Zube, Silverio de la Rosa, and Fistoli that are about 8 kilometers.
Attention, the start line will be open in 3 minutes. Pilot must be behind the start line in 2 minutes.
3 minutes to go. And now we're having already 2 competitors behind the line. And the rest is quickly approaching to the south.
The start line will be open in 2 minutes.
1 minute to go. We're getting now the next refresh. And you see that all competitors are almost behind the starting line.
The start line will be open in 30 seconds. Attention, start in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
Okay, the last task has just started. We are getting soon our refresh. And we will start commenting all the news regarding this last competition day. Today's start will be very similar to yesterday, and we will see what are the different strategies that each pilot is going to use. So we've just now got the refresh. All competitors are heading to the north, meaning to the Manquehue, and heading to the afterwards to the Potreros, this area, and probably trying to reach the Cerro Gordo. Eventually they will take some additional altitude on the lab on this ridge, and then go to the point. After the point, the decision will be either to go back to the laboratorio or eventually it could be an option to go to this ridge and gain some altitude here, since probably most of the competitors will try to gain an extra altitude at Españoles. So we're getting now a refresh, and the group is still compact, reaching Potreros. Let's check the altitude of the group. Chanes 1940, Roca 1870, Zube 1880, Gaude 1800, Wenzel 1845, Becerra 1890, Sturley, the same altitude. Vidal 1860. De la Rosa 1825. In Gostner 1880. Carlos Roca is leading the group. Followed by René Vidal and Thomas Gostner. Which represents precisely the first top positions of the overall results after day 7. Let's see now the new positions after the refresh. There are 5 competitors that are tourmaling here. Southwest from Mount Gordo, they're fat. And there is here a small group. Nico Becerra, Fisterli, Alejandro Chanes, and Giantas Zube. There are tourmaling a bit southwest from the other group. So the group move a bit ahead to the north. In De La Rosa, Cosna, Roca, and René Vidal are already at the Cerro Gordo. With more or less the same altitude than before. Only Thomas Gostner is a bit higher. Let's check the rest of the group. Janis is a bit higher. Gaude is 1780. Sturley has got 2200. And Nicolas Becerra 2100. And Jürgen Wenzel was in between the two groups. And he's a bit lower with 1600. The separation for those two two groups. It's not significant yet, and is approximately 5 kilometers. So we just got the refresh, and we see that there's three guys are heading to the Gordo to join the rest of the group, whilst Becerra, Gaude, and Wenzel seem to be lower. Wenzel with 1700, Gaude with 1950, and Becerra with 2200. The next point will be probably the ridge of the lab. Considering the met conditions from today, I think that no one will risk to go too low to the first turning point. So we're getting now the new refresh. And except Wenzel und Gaude, other competitors are in a compact group over the Cerro Gordo, with the following altitudes: Chanes 2300, Roca 1900, Sube the same altitude, Becerra 2000, Sturley 2100, Vidal 2400, De La Rosa 2200, in Gosna 1900. Gaude and Wenzel, they were a bit behind. I've got 2100 and 2100 Wenzel. As I was telling before, this is the normal development when the first turn point is north from Vitacura. The only exception probably will be that most of the competitors will try to reach some minimal altitude to go without any problems, to go and return without any problems to the next turn point. Vidal seems to heading already to the point. And seems that he's not going to try to get any additional altitude, since he's heading northwest to the point. Wenzel stays behind with 2300, which is a reasonable altitude. Although it is actually about 5 to 10 kilometers behind the main group. So let's see now after the refresh, the new positions. And we see that a couple of the pilots are almost touching the point. Now with Thomas Kostner at the top, followed by René Vidal, Silverio de la Rosa, Janta Zube, and Fisterli. And probably with Carlos Roca, I guess, in this group as well. No, I'm wrong. Carlos Roca is behind in with a small group that's still at the Gordo. Let's check Carlos Roca altitude. He's got 2100. Whilst Thomas has got 1900 and Vidal 2100. The other one that's flying at the Gordo with Carlos Roca is Jürgen Wenzel and Nicolás Becerra. Jürgen with 2200 and Nicolás Becerra with 2400. Probably Nicolás will avoid to fly too low since yesterday didn't complete the task and landed in Los Andes. So now we see that the competitors Vidal, Cosna, De La Rosa, Zube, and Sterling already passed the first turn point, Termas de Colina, and all of them are heading to the lab using the North Ridge. Chanes is close to mark the point, whilst another group of 4 competitors, Jürgen Wenzel, Javier Gaude, Nicolás Becerra, and Carlos Roca, are still about 10 or 12 kilometers from the point. And now we are getting some separations from between competitors. René Vidal and Thomas Kostner are leading the group, heading to Laboratorio in order to get additional height at this point. Seems that the day is a bit slow. We have now 20 minutes of competition. And here we can see that there is a group taking some altitude at the nose lab. This group is composed by Thomas Kostner, René Vidal, Gianta Sube, Fitz Turley, and Silverio de la Rosa. I would check the track from Carlos Roca just to make sure that he did not pass the point yet. And Gaude seems to be low, although he's not. So for some reason, these three competitors haven't got the point, although they have enough altitude to go to that point. Now we are getting the refresh, and you see that Jürgen took a different option, and he is heading northwest to climb probably here and then cross to the Españoles, which was a possible strategy that I've mentioned before. The rest of the competitors seem to be gaining additional altitude to move later to the east and then to the Españoles. And I guess they will try to go to this point, what we call the red earth, which is actually a good point to climb and to cross, depending on the altitude, to this ridge or to this one, and then in order to head to the south. So let's check what is happening with Carlos. Carlos has got now, sorry, this is Nicolas. Carlos has got almost the same altitude, 2400. And Gaude has got 2100. We've got 6 competitors in this group. This is the overall picture of all the competitors, the 10 pilots. With these 3 that haven't passed the point yet. We're waiting for the next refresh in order to see what's happening now and who is taking the new positions. And here we are. Finally, Carlos Roca and Nico Becerra are heading to the point. The rest of the group is still at the North Lab. Costner, Sturley, De La Rosa, Sube, Chanes, and Vidal, whilst Jürgen Wenzel continues heading north to the cathedrals, or catedrales in Spanish, and not sure what's happening with Javier, which is now south from the last point where he was. Carlos is approaching to the point with 2300 and Nico Becerra with 2700, so much higher, making sure that he will go and return with a reasonable altitude. We've just got the refresh. Nicolas has just passed the point, and Carlos Roca is joining now this group. Javier is still fighting at the Piandino Road, north of Piandino Road, and Jürgen seems to be thermaling in the area of Trucha, which is normally a hard point. Jürgen has 2-3, and let's check the altitude of Carlos. It's 2100, and the compact group at the North Lab, Chanes 2500, Zube the same altitude, Phil the same altitude, René is a bit higher with 2700, De La Rosa the same altitude as René, and Thomas about 2500. So we've just got a new refresh, and we see that they are all heading to the east. Probably this short group is still gaining some additional altitude, and the only one that hasn't passed the first point is Javier Gaude. Jürgen seems to be climbing. And the group up front seems to be very tight in the same area. Seems to be that we have today few clouds, at least from my position here at the airfield. I can't see any cloud, but this could change during the development of the task. We've just got a new refresh. Gaude is still at the same position at the Gordo and is a bit lower, unfortunately. At the other point of the picture, we have Jürgen with 2200, and the rest of the group seems to be thermaling in order to enter the Españoles with a reasonable high. Roca has got 2300. I will check the altitudes of all this group. Costa has claimed to 2800, so a very comfortable altitude to enter the Españoles is 3000. With this altitude, you are over the ridge. De la Rosa is almost the same altitude. Vidal, it's 3.2. Sturley, 2.9. Becerra, 2.4. Sube, 2.8. And Chanes, 2.7. So there are already two competitors, Vidal and Costner, that have a very comfortable altitude to continue heading north over this ridge. You can appreciate that Jürgen Wenzel has got now a significant distance to the group. I calculated about 25 to 30 kilometers, and I'm not sure about his strategy. It seems that he is heading to Lagunas. He's very close to the point Valle Las Lagunas. And he's got still reasonable altitude to climb comfortably at Lagunas. Definitely, he's having a complete different strategy from the rest of the group. Gaude is still with the same altitude, and he is at the moment at about 15 kilometers from the turn point. Vidal, Chanes, Costner, Sturley, and De La Rosa are heading north. And I guess, as I said before, to the Tierra Colorada, to the Red Earth. And Zube, Roca, and Becerra are probably thermaling at the lab. The distances of the relative positions of the different competitors are getting now larger. The distance between Vidal and Roca are now about 7 to 8 kilometers flight line. And now we got the new refresh, and we see that these three competitors are still in the same place, whilst Sturley, Vidal, Costner, and De La Rosa are continue heading to the north. Chanes is doing the same, but he's not over the ridge, or seems to be not over the ridge. Yeah, he's with 2800. Whilst Jürgen is close to Lagunas. The Laguna system in general is a very good system. So if it the days that Lagunas works pretty good, and probably that's the strategy that Jürgen Wenzel is gambling with. Remember that the next point is Lagunillas, which is at the south, slightly southwest from Bronce, the south point from yesterday. So definitely these competitors are I guess they are going to use a very similar strategy to go to this point. So the new refresh shows us that Phil, Rene, Thomas, and Silverio are quite close to the red earth. Seems that Alejandro Chanes is gaining some additional altitude, whilst Sube, Becerra, and Roca should be now heading to the north. And Javier is definitely stuck at Piandino, over the Piandino road, with more or less the same altitude. We're getting now a new refresh. Okay, the position of Jürgen is more or less the same, although he gained additional altitude, at least 500 meters. Good for him. And the rest is still at the Españoles. Here we have this point is normally very good. It's a hot point. We have here on this ridge high tension line, and seems that Fizz Turley is going north to this other ridge, which potentially he may gain a much higher altitude than here, with an option to cross to the east, where he could get easily up to 5,000 meters. The problem is that he is going to the opposite direction, meaning to the north. There's three competitors seem to be climbing this area, and Chanes is probably fighting to get over the ridge. So René Vidal, Thomas Cosna are very close to the red earth. Phil continue to this ridge, which we call the third ridge. And I guess that Chanes is, yes, he is trying to climb with 2,500. He needs additional 500 more meters, at least. Let's check what's happening with Jürgen. Okay, Jürgen claimed to 3,100, and he will continue climbing here in order to move then to the south. Go there, gain about 200 meters. Good. But remember that he still needs to pass the first point. Becerra, Zube, and Roca are still at the laboratory. Roca is certainly fighting to get 3,000. And they are a bit behind of the group. In the meantime, we've just got a refresh. You see now Vidal and Gosner have just crossed the red earth, and they are heading to this ridge, probably south from the Los Bronces mine, which is a huge copper mine. De La Rosa seems to be getting some additional height, and seems that Chanes lost, or at least is not gaining additional altitude. Gaud is not now heading to the point. Is about 15 to 20 kilometers from the point. Becerra, Roca, and Zube are finally heading north through Españoles. Phil is now, I can interpret that he is heading to Lagunas. With 3-1, and he's having a different strategy, but I guess that he will join Jürgen Wenzel. So Jürgen has got almost 3,300. And now you see in the overall picture that the relative distances are getting larger and larger. The distance between Vidal and Gosner is about 5 kilometers, and the distance between Gosner and De La Rosa is about 7. And now the race is getting very interesting. So the small lagoon is actually an artificial dam. It's actually a tailing dam from the mine process. Here is the Mount El Plomo with a height of 5.5, which is the largest mountain in front of Santiago. René has already reached the ridge south of the mine and has got a distance of about 5 kilometers ahead from Thomas Kostner. Carlos is fighting with not too high, not a very good altitude. René is much higher than Carlos, almost 3,600. And Thomas is a bit higher with 3,700. So these two guys are already mounted on the, I would say, on the second system. And my guess is that they will try to keep that altitude as far as possible. So we're getting now the refresh. And the scenario changed again, leading the task both René Vidal with Thomas Kostner. And they are very close to Yerba Loca, which is a turning point. And they will be continue heading to the southeast. In the north, Jürgen Wenzel is with 3,300 and Phil Sturley with the same altitude. And my guess is that we'll be heading to the south very soon. De La Rosa has already passed this gate and is going south through this ridge, and he will probably jump afterwards to this one and later to this one. But I guess that he's not as high as these two guys. No, I'm wrong. He's got a good high. Seems that Zube is trying to go to Lagunas. Roca is still at 3,000 meters, a bit higher than before, and that means that he will continue a bit to the north to the red earth in order to go behind to chase René and Thomas. And now the distance that's separating René Vidal and Thomas Kostner from Carlos Roca is now quite significant. Let's see what's happened with the rest. Javier is a bit higher but he's still not able to pass the first point. Chanes seems that he was not able to stay at Españoles, and he's still having 2,500 meters. Nico Becerra has got a good altitude, so he could continue to the north, east, and now we got the new refresh. As I anticipate before, Thomas Costner and René Vidal are heading southeast, probably to get the support of this ridge. This point is Valle Nevado. For those that have been before in Santiago, this is the area of the ski resorts. A very nice area in winter. De La Rosa is heading southeast over the tailings dam at 3.4, reasonable altitude. And let's check what's happening with the guys in the north. So Wenzel start moving now to southeast. He's got 3.4, but not sure if this will pay. We're getting now the new refresh. Okay. Gaude is still over Piandino. Both René and Thomas heading to the ridge east from Valle Nevado. De La Rosa doing the same. Roca far away, still at Españoles, probably trying to pass this gate with some difficulties. Wenzel finally returning to the south and probably is going to do exact what the other two pilots or three pilots did previously, but having invested a lot of time in gaining altitude at Las Lagunas, and not quite sure what's Phil's strategy. Because he's now still at Lagunas with 3,400. Now we're getting a new refresh. This is getting interesting. And here we are. René is on the top, followed by Thomas, and they are already at the ridge south from Valle Nevado and heading very similar to yesterday um, to the ridge that goes to Bronce, and afterwards to Lagunillas, which is the next turn point. De La Rosa is also heading south with an altitude of 3.2. Cosna has an altitude of 3.5 and René the same altitude. Let's check what's happening with our master. Roca has got finally a bit more altitude. That means he's passing now to the southeast. He's still on the Españoles, far behind the two tops. And Jürgen is approaching the red earth area slowly. He has some kilometers to go. We're getting now the new refresh. Thomas and René continue to the south. René is having slightly less altitude. The same applies for Cosna. They lost a bit more than 100 meters. Let's see where's De La Rosa. He's now in the third position, heading south. And he gained about 100 meters. Good for him. So Nico is now with 3,000 meters going south apparently. And let's check what's happened in the meantime with Jürgen. Still north from the red earth. In the meantime, we've just saw that Javier Gaude is over Vitacura, meaning that he's abandoned the task, which is certainly a pity. So now we've got only 9 competitors left. And the relative distance between the competitors are again much larger. So the distance between Vidal Gosna to Roca is about, I calculate, so 50 kilometers. And from Gosna Vidal to De La Rosa about 25. So definitely Carlos is in a problem. And is certainly risking the top position of the competition. So Wenzel is now at 3.8. He's got a very good altitude, although, as you already know, he invested a lot of time in that strategy. Chanes is now at closer to the Españoles again, and that means he's over the ridge with that altitude. But he has got an important delay with the other competitors. Zube has got 3,000 meters. We've just got the refresh, but he hasn't moved to southeast. Thomas Kostner and René Vidal are more or less at the same altitude, although René is about 250 meters higher. And this is getting more and more interesting. This is the overall picture. So the distance between Sturley and Gosna is probably around 80 kilometers, a significant distance. Nico is still at this ridge, and these two guys that belongs to the overall positions are stuck here, whilst the other two goes forward to the next point. We're getting now the new refresh. And here we are. I guess that René and Thomas were trying to gain some new altitude. No, that's correct. He has got a bit more altitude. And René is now over 4,000, 4,060. So meaning that they are loading some gas line to continue to the south. De La Rosa has got 3-4. And let's check what's happening with Jürgen and Roca. They finally moved southeast. They've just crossed the gate of the red earth, and they are now north from the tailing dams and probably speeding to try to reduce the difference with Cosna and Vidal. Jürgen has got 3-4, and sorry, Roca has got 3-4, and Jürgen almost 3-8. Nico is still seems to be at the same point. Chanes apparently recover a bit. Not clear what are the intentions from Zube. And let's see the positions after the new refresh. Stirl is heading now to the south. Roca and Wenzel continue heading to the south. And Gosna and Vidal seem to be climbing a bit more. Vidal is now at 4.2. In Gosna at 3.5, meaning that Vidal is good 700 meters over Thomas. Which puts him in a very good position to continue to the south. Eventually, he's already heading to the south. We will check it immediately after the next refresh. That's the point from yesterday, Bronze. And this is the south turn point from today, Lagunillas. The challenge will be to reach Lagunillas and probably try to pass with a good altitude behind Cerro San Ramon in order to get to the next point, which is Valle Nevado. Now we got the refresh. René already moved, whilst Thomas continue climbing. Remember that Vidal took 700 meters over Gosna, and now he's heading to this ridge. If you come to this ridge with the appropriate altitude, you can climb a bit more, which is probably the strategy that René will use in order to cross to Lagunillas. The distance from Vidal to Gosna is about 18 kilometers probably, so it's a good distance. And De La Rosa seems to be heading to the ridge where currently Gosna is. And now with larger relative distances, it's hard to follow the overall picture. Finally, Jürgen Wenzel and Roca are heading south. I'm curious about Phil. Although he's got a very safe altitude. We're getting now the new refresh. And Vidal is the ridge close to El Bronce, and he's probably thermaling in order to recover the lost altitude of crossing the last position. Thomas has got 3,800. De La Rosa behind him has got 33. So he has to climb somewhere. And let's check Jürgen's altitude and Roca's altitude. Jürgens is at 3.6 and Roca at 3.7, so very similar altitude. And now in Roca, he will speed, trying to approximate to the three guys that are in front of him. Now we're getting the new update. And this is getting more and more interesting. So Costner is now heading south to René Vidal's position with 3.8. So he couldn't reach René Vidal's altitude. And René is ahead about 8 kilometers with the same altitude. De la Rosa continues in the third position, followed now by Roca and Wenzel, although Roca is easy 25 kilometers or 20 kilometers behind him. Nicolas is moving now further east, and the rest, I'm afraid, they are stuck in the area of Españoles, Red Earth. So we will probably concentrate our picture in the group that is more south. We are getting now a new refresh. So René and Thomas now are together close to Bronce. Seems that René is a bit higher with almost 4,000. Thomas has got 3.5, so René is 500 meters higher. De la Rosa is heading south, but I'm afraid there's a bit low. He will need to climb very soon. If not, he will reach El Bronce to an appropriate height. And let's check what's happening with Jürgen Wenzel and Carlos Roca. So now they are frankly heading to the south. Carlos has got 3,600 and Jürgen Wenzel 4,000. This will allow him to speed to the south. We're getting now the new refresh. Time is passing now a bit faster. And Both on the top are still together. Thomas is not climbing significantly, whilst René is having 4,000 meters. Roca has got 3-4 and Wenzel 4-2. And as on previous task, the last four names, René Vidal, Thomas Cosna, Jürgen Wenzel and Carlos Roca remain the main players, the main actors of this contest. So the surprise today is De La Rosa on the sit position. We're getting now a refresh. And I guess that René should be moving now to the southwest to the point. Let's see if we have any change in positions. And yes, seems that they just start moving. Carlos is still about 20 kilometers behind Thomas and René. Thomas has got 3.7 and René Vidal a bit more than 4,000. So meaning that René will reach the next position slightly better than Thomas. Let's check Silverio's altitude. He's having more or less the same, whilst Carlos is keeping his altitude almost 3.5, and he's definitely speeding up to the south. Jürgen seems to be climbing. Yes, he has got 4,300. Seems at the highest altitude this afternoon. And Nico is doing a good race today. And he's got a reasonable height. And I would think that he's heading southeast to the point. The rest Janis Sube on more or less the same positions, and Phil eventually, oh yes, very good position, very good altitude. So with this altitude, I guess he's now starting to head to the south. Let's go to the top. René is now on the ridge that will bring him to the point. which is north from the Laguna Negra and Embalse El Yeso. De La Rosa should be climbing here, although he's got the same altitude. And Carlos is having more or less the same altitude than before. By I guess it is climbing. And let's concentrate us on the first two. We are getting now an update of the positions, and Costner seems to be heading, although he's below in altitude below Rene, is heading to the point. Rene eventually is climbing a bit, and the relative position between those two is about 5 kilometers, although the distance from Thomas Costner to the turning point is slightly shorter than the one that's Rene having. So Carlos Roca is now closer to De La Rosa, about 3 kilometers. In the relative distance, it's getting now to the first two, it's getting a bit shorter. So Carlos know that he can't afford to lose the first positions, since he is risking the top position of the contest. We will remain on the 4 first positions. We are getting now an update. Let's wait a few seconds. And here we are. Thomas is almost touching the point. He's 3 kilometers ahead René Vidal. Let's check the altitude. Thomas has got 3300 and René is in a much better height position with 700 more meters, which means that the next step will be very, very interesting. Carlos seems to be getting higher at the same point where previously Costner and Vidal were taking additional altitude, and De La Rosa is crossing to close to El Bronce, and whether I think a bit low. This area doesn't work very well if you arrive too low. But let's see what's happened now after we get the refresh. And now Gosner has passed the point. Not sure what happened with Vidal. Eventually, he already passed the point, yes. And here we're having a different strategy. Rene will probably return to the point where he took altitude and use the same way to go back to the next point, which is Valle Nevado, whilst Thomas is heading directly north. And so, my friends, I will leave the transmission for this point. I would like to thank to all the people that were hearing this transmission, and I will pass the transmission to Alfonso Soto, the contest director. Goodbye und auf Wiederschauen.
Okay. Good afternoon to the international community that is following our sailplane Grand Prix in Chile. This is Alfonso Soto speaking, the director of the contest. Today, we set up a task that is very, very technical. And since the difference in points on the first 3 or 4 pilots was very short, we decided to put this very technical task for today, so everything can be defined in this task. Okay, as Eduardo was showing you minutes before, we have from the turn point Lagunillas, a different strategy from René Vidal and Thomas Gosner. Thomas Gosner decided to go straight forward to cross the Colorado River and heading north to go to the next point, which is Valle Nevado. René Vidal, being a little higher than him, he decided to go back by the same ridges to the high part of the mountains, so trying to get higher and go back by the same route that he came south. That will be a completely different strategy because that will allow him to go much higher to the Valle Nevado turn point and continue north. So he will try to continue north by the high side of the mountains. Thomas Gosner going straight forward to the point, he will get lower on the Valle Nevado turn point, unless he get a hot point on this area, which is also possible. In the north part where he is right now, on that area, he could get also a hot spot, allowing him to get higher to the Valle Nevado turn point. If that occurs, he will be in much better position as Vidal, because Vidal has to do a longer way back to the turn point. So in the next minutes, we will see what's happening with that two different strategies. Let's review now the altitudes. Thomas Gosner is at 2770 and René Vidal is at 4100. As I said, they are two completely different strategies. Thomas Gosner is much lower and he is following the ridge to see if he get a hot point around there, and if not, he will arrive first to the Valle Nevado turn point, but at a much lower altitude. And so the strategies from the Valle Nevado turn point to follow north also will be completely different between the two competitors. And let's see what's going on with De La Rosa. De La Rosa is now at 2700, so he is slow and he's trying now to get more altitude before he goes to the turn point. But with that altitude, let's remember that the turn point is at 2200 meters height. So if he goes with that altitude, he will just go to the turn point, but he has no way to go back through the high ridges. And then he will have to go straight forward to the other side, to the north side of Colorado River, and try to pass through this gate that I am showing right now. And he will arrive to the next turn point, Valle Nevado turn point, much lower than Gosner. Okay, let's see the whole picture again. And we see that Vidal is trying to get altitude to go back by the high sides. And Carlos Roca is right now going to the Lagunillas turn point. Let's see his altitude. He's almost 36. It's not bad. But it's a little bit lower than what Vidal did. So let's see what's happened, because he is not following the high ridges. I think that it seems that he will go straight forward, or probably he is flying the Bronze Hill to get more altitude before he goes to the turn point, the same as Vidal did a few minutes before. So we will see in the next minutes what Carlos Roca strategies is. And we can see now that Gosner is around that area. Let's see if I get some more altitude. No, it's the same. It's at 2700 meters, the same altitude that he got when he arrived to the north ridge of Rio Colorado. De La Rosa is still trying to get some more altitude before he go to the turn point. Carlos Roca, it seems that he is already leaving the top of Bronze Hill. Let's see if he got some more altitude. No, he is just living at 3,400, so he didn't get any more altitude at the top of Bronze Hill. So he is already heading to the Lagunillas turn point, and Vidal, we can see that he is heading north by the same ridges that he followed before. So he is going by the high side of the mountain. And let's see in the group in the back, Phil Sturley is coming by the ridges at 4,500. It's very good for Phil. So he will be able, at that altitude, he will be able to follow the whole ridge, and probably it will be not necessary to get more altitude at the end of the ridge before he cross to the Bronze Hill and go to the turn point. So let's see what's happening with Phil in the next minutes. Nico Becerra is, it seems to be lower. Yes, he is at 3,000 meters. He is at 3,000 meters going to the ridges at the end of Olivares River before he crossed to the south. So obviously he will have to get some more altitude in some places around here before he continues south. And Jürgen Wenzel, it seems that he opened up his track, and let's see his altitude now. Oh, he is coming 5,000. So he got a very good thermal in the back. So in the next minutes, we can see a change in the first positions because Jürgen Wenzel is coming south very, very high, and probably at a very good speed too. Let's see. Yes, he is coming at 5,000 meters and 187 kilometers per hour. So he will probably pass over Phil Sterling to cross, and he's still getting more height there. You see that he's heading south now, and at that altitude he will probably decide to go straight forward to the turn point. Carlos Roca is heading east now, so he is turning a thermal around this area, getting higher before he goes to the turn point. De La Rosa is also trying to get higher, and Vidal has already arrived to the Bronze Hill, and he is heading north. So let's see the altitude of René Vidal. He's at 3.8. Yeah, Vidal is at 3.8, then now heading north to reach the same ridge at the west side of Olivares River. Yeah, we see that Vidal has already crossed north of the Colorado River, and he is arriving to the ridge, trying to get higher again here before he continue to the Valle Nevado turn point. And Wenzel continue heading north, and Gosner is still trying to get higher on the ridge at the north side of Rio Colorado, where remember that he arrived at 2,700. So let's see now if he has been better. Yes, he finally got the hot point there, and he is right now at 3,300 meters. So his strategy is also working. It was completely different as the strategy of René Vidal. And if he gets a good altitude here, he will be able to arrive to the Valle Nevado turn point at a good altitude, and probably he will arrive before than René Vidal. Nico Becerra is still trying to get higher on this area at the northeast, at the southeast of Valle Nevado. And in the back, we have Alex Chanes that is now at the ridges of the copper mine. And his altitude now Alex Chanes is now 3,400, clearly moving now then south. So he will get this hot point here to continue to the same ridges that have been followed by the rest of the competitors. Phil Sterling, on the other side, has already crossed to the south of Colorado River. He is at the Bronze area, trying to fly that hot point at 4,000 meters. So he's also following the strategy of getting high enough at the Bronze. It seems that he's already leaving Bronze and heading to the turn point. De La Rosa is still flying that area before he goes to the turn point. Let's see if he already made it. No, he has not made the turn point yet. He is still flying now, getting higher. He is at 3,300 right now. So in the next minutes, he will be in a position to go to the turn point and follow north by some, and we will see what the strategy will be for De La Rosa. And Carlos Roca, on the other hand, is at 4,100 meters. Let's see. Yes, he's at 4,100 meters heading to the turn point. So at that altitude, probably the strategy of Carlos Roca, yes, we can see now in the refresh, the strategy of Carlos Roca is going to be the same as Vidal. He is right now at 3,800 meters. He marked the turn point and he is coming back by the same track, by the same ridges to go back to the Bronze area and then to jump the Colorado River to the ridges at the north side of the river. Jinta Sube is at 3,400 meters now, but he is stuck at the Españoles area, and he has not decided yet what to do. If he will try to get higher or he will start crossing southeast to continue to the next turn point. He is stuck on the same area for a long time. So let's get the whole picture. Okay, then we have Gosner that has been heading now, I think, to the Valle Nevado turn point, and Vidal that he followed the ridge of the west ridge of Olivares. He was flying a hot spot at the end of the ridge, and now he's clearly heading to the turn point. And Gosner is also heading to the turn point, and he will get the Valle Nevado turn point before Vidal. But let's see the altitudes. Thomas Gosner is at 3,200, and René Vidal is at 4,000. So René is 800 meters higher than Gosner. So it will be very interesting to see what are the strategies after the Valle Nevado turn point. Vidal is coming from the east at 7 kilometers from the turn point, and Gosner is at 3 kilometers from the turn point coming from the south. Two completely different strategies. Gosner is going to get first to the Valle Nevado turn point, but 800 meters lower than Vidal. So that will make a difference when you decide to go from the Valle Nevado turn point to going north to Saladillo turn point that I will show you here. That is the next turn point. And to get Saladillo, you have to follow high the ridge at the west side and coming from the copper mine, from the high side of copper mine. And for that, you need 4,000 meters, or at least 3,800. So if he gets high enough at the turn point, he will be able to continue straight forward north through the ridges of the copper mine. And Gosner will have to get higher in some place before he continue north. Now we got the refresh, and we see that Gosner has already marked the Valle Nevado turn point, and he is at the north side of the turn point. And Vidal is just coming to the point. Let's check again the altitudes. And Gosner is at 3100, and Vidal is at 39. So they still are keeping 800 meters difference, and Vidal is higher, much higher than Gosner. Chanes is already moving to the ridge that goes to the Colorado River, and at let's see at what altitude. He is moving at 3,200 meters. It's not too good, but it's not bad too. He will have to get some more altitude at the end of the ridge before he crosses the river. And let's see what's going on. There, Benzel, that came very high, straight forward to the point. He took the strategy of going back straight forward from the Lagunilla stern point, heading north, and his altitude right now is 4,300. So he has enough altitude also to go straight forward, or probably he also will get some hot point at the north side of Colorado River. And if not, he will go straight forward to the turn point. Okay, he got the refresh, and he is already on top of the ridges at the north side of Colorado River, still heading north. He just crossed the river, and we will see in the next refresh if he will stay flying on top of the ridges or if he's going straight forward to the turn point. He is anyway at a good altitude, it's 4,200 meters. It's higher than Gosner when he reached that area. Now we can see that Vidal and Gosner are on the same area, but it seems that Vidal is just heading north and Gosner is turning some thermal around that area. Let's see the tracks. Yes, Gosner is trying to find a thermal around that area. And let's see Vidal. Vidal is at 3,700. At 3,700, he's just heading north. Instead of Gosner, that on this area around here, he's trying to get a hot spot to get the necessary altitude to continue north. Vidal at 3,700 will be able to continue. And we just got the refresh. Vidal is still following north, and he will follow the same track that he followed when he was coming from the north. So he already knows what's going on with that ridges and how these ridges are working. And he has right now 3,600 meters, which is the necessary altitude to go there. Remember that when he came through that route, he was at 3,500 meters. I am showing now a fix where he passed when he was coming from the north. He was at 3,500 meters, and now he is at 36. So he is is 100 meters higher in the way back. So is in a good position to continue north. And Gosner, let's see what's going on with him. Gosner is still at 3,200 meters, trying to get higher before he continue north. So Vidal obviously is going to take some advantage because he arrived higher to the Valle Nevado turnpoint. And let's see what's going on with the other competitors. Jürgen Wenzel is right now at the top of the ridges. We will see in the next refresh that is coming if he has decided to continue north or he will stay trying to get higher. Okay, he is moving north. He decided to go straight forward to the turn point, and his altitude is 4,000 meters. So at that altitude, he will probably overpass Gosner because he will just pass through the turn point and he will continue north straight forward, the same as Vidal did a few minutes ago. So good for Jürgen. He is doing a very good race today. Chanes is at the end of the ridge before he crossed south of the Colorado River to go to Bronze area, and Roca is already heading north too. Let's see his altitude. Roca is at 3,600 meters going north, very similar as Vidal's strategy, but if he wants to get the Valle Nevado turnpoint at a good altitude to continue straightforward north, he will have to get more than 3,600 in some place around before he go to the turnpoint. So far we have René Vidal in the first place, Gosner in second place, Wenzel in third place, Roca in fourth place. And let's see what's happened with De La Rosa. Let's see the refresh. De La Rosa is now 4,100, and he already made the Lagunillas turnpoint, and he got enough height to continue the same strategy of Vidal and Roca, going by the high side of the mountains, so he will go back to the Bronze area before he crosses north. And let's see at what altitude is now Gosner. Gosner is at 3,300 meters, so he is getting troubles to get higher before he continue north. So we can see that Jürgen Wenzel that will just cross at a good altitude the turn point, the Valle Nevado turn point, will probably overpass Thomas Gosner because he will have enough altitude to continue the track to the north, same as Vidal. So probably in the next few minutes, Jürgen Wenzel could overpass Thomas Gosner, getting the second place in this day. So far, Vidal is the first, Thomas Gosner is second, Wenzel is third, Roca is fourth, De La Rosa is fifth, and let's see Phil Sterling, what's going on with him. Okay, Phil Sterling also already made the point and he is coming back by the high side of the ridges at 4200. So he is also in a very good position following the strategy of Roca and Vidal. So let's see then the relative positions. We said that we had Vidal in the first place, Gosner in second, Wenzel in third place, Roca fourth place, De La Rosa in fifth place, and Sterling sixth. And Chanes is now going to the turn point in seventh place. Gosner now, it seems that is moving north. We will see his altitude. He's 3,500 meters. Yes, he already got the hot point, and he's moving just at the altitude he needs to continue north. And Wenzel, let's see his altitude right now. He's 3,800 meters, so he is still 300 meters above Gosner. So this will be very interesting during the next few minutes because Jürgen Wenzel has the possibility of getting Gosner with that 300 meters difference. And Vidal, he continued going north. Now he is crossing the valley of the copper mine. And what altitude is René? It's almost 3,500 meters. So he is rushing on the ridges to the north, and he is at the enough altitude to continue the ridges north before he goes to the gate that we have on that area of the copper mine and going to the north point. Gintas Sube, let's see what's going on with Gintas. Remember, he was stuck at the Españoles area. He's at 3,500 meters still on that area. He has not moved southeast going to the south point. So I don't know if he is going to get it. Nicolas Becerra, it seems that he went back to the valley area, and I don't know if he is going to continue the race at that time. So let's see what happened on the next. We can see now that in this refresh, Jürgen Wenzel is ahead of Gosner. Gosner is at 3,600 meters now, and Wenzel is at 3,700. So Wenzel is still 100 meters above Gosner, and he is ahead now. So changes. Vidal first place, and he's turning a hot point after he crossed the valley of the copper mine, and he is turning a hot point. Jürgen Wenzel second place, Gosner third place. Roca now is in fourth place. He is just heading to the Valle Nevado turn point at 4,100 meters. So also he will, at that altitude, he will be able to reach the turn point and continue straight forward north, same as Wenzel and Vidal. So that during the next minutes will be very interesting to see what happened with the first places in the. Okay, we got the refresh. Wenzel continue in the second place, and Vidal already crossed the high ridges, and he will go by outside, probably by the ridge that I am showing you now, to continue north and crossing this gate here, which is 3,200, to continue north to the turn point. So he didn't get enough height to go through the high part of the copper mine, and he is now heading a little west to continue the ridge and crossing the gate to the north point. Wenzel and is seems that it's getting more altitude there. Let's see his track. Yes, he is trying to get more head here. He is at 3,700 right now. And Gosner is at 3,500. It's 200 meters below Wenzel and in the back of Wenzel. So clearly, Jürgen is in a more comfortable position in the second place. Vidal is still going northwest to the ridges to continue north. In the back, what's going on? Roca is just arriving to the Valle Nevado turn point. Okay, in the next refresh, we got it. Roca passed through the turn point and he's heading straight forward north at 3,700 meters, the same altitude that Vidal left the turn point. So he will rush now to north and trying to get the position of Gosner and Wenzel probably. So he was at the beginning about 25 kilometers or 30 kilometers behind Gosner and Vidal, and he is right now only 6 kilometers behind Gosner. So Roca is getting a better position right now. De La Rosa is already finishing the reach of the west side of Olivares River, and he will have, okay, he's 4,100 meters, so he's in a good position also to leave the ridge right now, to leave the ridge and go to the turn point. So De La Rosa is still having the fifth position, and Phil Sterling is now crossing the Colorado River, going north to the ridges of west ridges of Olivares at 4,100, almost 4,200. So he's also in a good position to reach the ridge at the north side of Colorado River and follow north behind De La Rosa. And Chanes, what has happened with Chanes is different strategy, I think. What happened with him? He just passed through the turn point, but he was at 2,600 meters when he crossed over the turn point. So he is with that altitude. It is not possible to go back to the north side of Colorado River as earlier did it Gosner. So he is obligated now to follow west, and so he will have to go around the San Ramon hill and follow by the low side to continue north and do it everything again to go high to the north point. So Chanes has a very hard work to do in the next minutes. Okay, let's see in the front. Vidal already crossed to the ridges I showed you, so he's heading north now to cross the gate in this area and to continue to the north point, which is Saladillo. So he will have to cross over the ridge that I am showing you now, which is Saladillo Ridge, to cross to the point and come back. So during the next minutes, we will see that Vidal is going to reach the northern point. Jürgen Wenzel now is at 3,800 meters, good altitude to continue north. And Thomas Gosner is at 3,500 meters. So Gosner is having a harder work now, and you can see that in this refresh, Roca is already ahead of Gosner. So changes in the first positions. We have Vidal in the first place, Wenzel in second place, Roca in fourth place, Gosner in fifth place. De La Rosa reaching Valle Nevado turn point in sixth place, and Phil Sturley in seventh place. And in eighth place, Chanes, that is going by the low side and with a hard work. Okay, friends, this is Alfonso Soto, the director of the contest that is leaving right now. Good afternoon. I have been a pleasure to be with you during all these days of competition. And I will leave you now with Mario Reyes that will continue the transmission at the end of the contest today. Goodbye.
Hello, I'm Mario Reyes to work on this last task, which has become very interesting. In this new refreshing, we can see that Vidal is trying to gain some altitude at the Españoles. Wenzel is working out something in this area, so it will gain altitude to cross. Roca apparently is doing the same thing. Gostner the same. So all of them are trying to get into to be able to cross to the other side. Today the temperature has been around 32 degrees. They're all trying to fly the second system, which is very good. We know that the lower area things are not good today. If we look to outside, we can see that all this area from the north to south is covered by cumulus that probably the base is up to 4,500 meters. But that's a good sign of very good lift. In the back part, we have De La Rosa, who just made a turn point. He's flying at 3,800. Phil Sturley, who is behind him, is flying at 4,100. Phil Sturley from this point probably will fly to make the turn point and try to follow the same way that everybody's doing. What's going on with the Flaco Chanes? Well, Chanes is at the San Ramon area. He will probably have to work his way up. He's flying now at 2,000 meters. Not very good. He will have to do something more if he wants to go into the turn point inside right here. Nico Becerra. He's 2,400 meters, and he probably is going to try to get the turn point because he's heading to the inside of the mountains. Already Phil Sturley had pointed to the turn point. De La Rosa is heading north, trying to get some of this area. Gosner stay behind. He's flying at 3,400, not enough to go through the gate. Roca, who's ahead of him, is flying at 3,700. And both Roca and Wenzel are trying to get the way to pass through. On the other hand, we can see that Vidal is heading to the third line through which we get to this area, and from here you can go very high and to go to the other point. Vidal now is flying at 3,500. He will have to work his way up, but he's in a good spot to get it. In the meantime, Roca is 3,500. They're going fast, but I think that they will have to be careful with the altitude to be able to go through. We can see this new refreshing where Roca had decided to go north. One possibility that he will fly over here, and there is a gate around here to go to the area where Vidal is flying, knowing that probably he doesn't have enough altitude to go through this area. There are several gates around here that you might be able to cross, but you have to be higher. Wenzel, who stay behind, is 3,900. He's going up. Without altitude, he will have to try going straight ahead north to go inside, sometimes to go a bit right side. We know that all this area is covered by cumulus, so it's for sure they have a good lift. And from here to go to the point and probably to come back in the same way. We're going to see what's going to go on. We have a new refreshing. As I told you, Roca is already flying 3,500. He's staying there. That's just good enough to go through the gate that I showed to you. Just to go from one system to another system. He probably tried to go around here and turn here. This area around here has an altitude of, as you can see here, is the line of 3,400. So that is the gate. You can pass there around 3,300. So that just to get here and go to the area where Vidal is flying, which is this ridge. There's Roca. He's heading probably to this ridge, going around this area and follow north, trying to pass that gate that I show you. This is right here. We can see that Gosner, who has to stay behind, at this moment Gosner is flying at 3,600. He hasn't been able to go up as good as we would like to. and Wenzel is flying at 4,000. He has managed to be patient and to get up there. So that's a very good strategy from him. From there, where he's doing there, he should do that to go north straight ahead. Roca didn't go the way that I thought. He probably found something, a good lift there. We're going to see what is the height now. He's going up exactly. He's 3,800, which is a very good idea to gain some altitude there. And then probably he will have to go following the same line of Wenzel. That means either to follow from here and from here to go through some of this gate to some of this area. The same thing about Wenzel, he's probably going to go straight to this area here with the altitude that he has. What happened with Gosner? Thomas Gosner is 3,700. He hasn't been able to go up higher. He's not getting any good lift in that area. At the same time, De La Rosa, who already catch him, he's almost the same altitude. Probably he's also looking for some lift. And we're going to see who is going to be the first one who's going to get that. At the same time, Phil Sturley is coming up to join the group. 3,700. He's going to be in the same trouble to go and cross, but he will have to manage, and he probably is already seeing the guys who are flying north of him. So he will be able to, now we can see that when you refreshing that Phil Sturley, it just joined the ridge. Gosner had probably decided to go on this line, the same thing that De La Rosa, they don't have enough altitude. And Wenzel is already taken to 4,500. Wenzel just did it. He did it. And from there, he will have to go to the inside of the ridges and to continue from there to the next point. What happened with Vidal? Vidal probably took some altitude here. He crossed to the north. He's flying now at 3,500. Not very good. He will have to find an area to get a lift. Roca is already 3,700. He's flying at 215 kilometers an hour. And that's probably he's heading to go by and to get to cross to the other side. That's all he needs. Either he will do it right here or just around here to this area. Once you get at the other side, all this area has very good lift. We know that looking to the outside that there are very good cumulus in all this area. This is an area where Vidal will have to get some altitude. This is very good for the height that he has. If he gets enough altitude here, he has enough to go to the point and back. But he will have to gain at least 800 more meters. Phil Sturley heading north. Probably he's going to begin to see some of this guy turning in this area. That's going to be a good help for him. What happened with Alex Chanis? Chanis is going inside to get the point. He's only at 2,000. That's not very good. He might be able to get some lift in this area, get some help here to continue to the point. But he's only flying at 2000. If he gets something here, he might continue going up until, well, he's still there, get to the turn point and continue. Now with this new refreshing, we can see that De La Rosa, Gosner, and Wenzel are still in the same spot. Roca managed to go to the other side. He probably had to go around these ridges, and this is a rather small valley, a bit flat, but he will manage to go here. Now, he's flying at 3,500. The same thing that had Vidal a few minutes ago. But Vidal probably is catching something because he's already 3,600. So in summary, we have a group who has stayed a bit behind, trying to gain out some altitude. We have that Wenzel, Gosner, and De La Rosa, and also Phil Sturley, who's just catching them. And on the other hand, we have Roca and Vidal, who already went north, looking for areas to get some altitude in this area. Probably Vidal, who is flying now at 3,600, he will have to gain something there, and then before to continue. It's not a good idea to go to the point, to the turn point in Saladillo too low, because that's a difficult area. Now we have a new refreshing. As I mentioned to you, Roca turn around here, and it's gone with this way to this area. Probably going to catch some altitude here. If you get very good lifts here, the best idea probably is to go to the point, back again to this area, fly these ridges all the way past this gate, and to continue straight to the next one, which is at the end of one of these ridges. I don't think it's any idea or good idea to go to the inside, because there's no point to get more altitude. You have to have enough altitude to fly these ridges and to pass some of these gates. Roca is flying at 3,500. He probably already is seeing Vidal, and whoever is going to start turning around here will tell the other, is going to show the other what's going on. This distance is about 5 to 7 kilometers. We know that all this area in the inner part of the Andes is covered by cumulus, which are also showing where the lifts are. Most of the time is a continuous line of cumulus, but most of those cumulus are worked by wind that comes from the north and west and gets in these mountains and go very high. We're just waiting for the new refreshment or refreshing. We can see that Becerras is still flying, very good. Phil Sturley is probably going to the same area. We can see that Wenzel, Gosner, and De La Rosa are trying to look into where is the area to pass. I showed you before this gate here, but there are some others around here. But once you go to the other side, it is a possibility to work all the way down. This is the highest spot From here down south, the valleys, it's a descending. But from here to the north, they start descending too. So once you are over, you might work your way out. What happened with Chanis? Chanis came to the place that I told you right here. He should work out that very quick to be able to get to the point and out. What is he doing now? It's 1900, almost 2000. He will have to work very hard. As you can see, in all this is the line of 3700, and this is the line of 3600. So if you're heading that way, if you don't have at least 3800, you're going to be in trouble unless you go around here and make the turn. That's probably what they're trying to do. Let's see what is the altitude of Wenzel, who is right here. And then we refreshing, we might see him which way he went. These other areas are still high. You can see 3700. Wenzel is flying at 5000. That's strange. He should go straight to the point. There is no way to trying to work the track that he's doing. He's going west. He should go straight north with 5000 meters. Costner, he has 3700. As you saw, most of the gates are there above 3700, so he's just at the limit to go through. De La Rosa, the same altitude, is 3700. So probably both of them are trying to aim and trying to pass in the same area. Let's see what's going on. Well, you can see that already Jürgen Wenzel passed this area that I showed to you, and immediately he's heading to the turn point. At the same time, Gosselin and De La Rosa, they're working this way. This is a bit tricky. You have to be careful because sometimes in this area you have north wind from the upper part of your screen all the way south, going this way. So you might be careful there. What's going on with Vidal? Well, looks that Vidal went to the turn point and he's back. And he's flying at 3400. Just enough. So he will have to catch a good lift in the area of those ridges. Roca is flying 3700. So that's very interesting. Different strategies. We showed to us that it doesn't depend of the meteorology, neither of the temperature. Sometimes just depends on the pilot. Probably Vidal is coming to this spot. This is a good area to get lift. Roca, who has more altitude, probably is going to go the same area. I think that he's going to gain a bit more to go to this turn point and back to these ridges. you have to be very careful because there is a very good descent. As I was telling you, Roca is already going to the turn point. Wenzel, who is flying very high, is going to the turn point too. And Vidal is probably going to stay in that area. Let's see. Vidal is flying at 3,200. He will have to stay there and be patient. Roca is just going to the turn point with 3,600. And Wenzel, we saw him, well, he's flying at 4,500. So he has enough altitude to hit the turn point, turn around, head south, and immediately he's flying at 200 kilometers an hour to make the Yerba Loca turn point, and from there to the last one. I think that Wenzel at this moment is in the first place, Roca on the second place, and Vidal on the third place, although they will have to get some altitude to go through. What's going on with Gosner? Gosner is flying at 4,000. They have gone up, and De La Rosa is almost the same altitude. So they're both flying together, which is very nice. They have enough altitude to just go to and to go straight to the point, to the turn point, Saladillo. Oh, looks like Gosner managed to get through, and De La Rosa probably decided to look for a different gate. That's right. Probably he didn't have enough altitude to go around here. You can see that this is very tricky. You go around here, turn there, and you're looking at the 3,500 lines, 3,800 lines. So probably he was not able to go through there, and he's turning around. He will have to go around here. Here's the 3,600 mark, and just go and to go this area. You can see that this valley, once you get in, it becomes to descending to the north area. So probably he's going to make it there. At the same time, we're going to look for Gosner. He managed to do it. We know that he was a bit higher, and he's getting here. You can see here that the difference here, you have 3,600, and down there you have 2,800. So we're looking at almost 1,000 meters different cliff that you have there. This cliff is very, very hard and very high. But you have to be careful because with the north wind, that times that area becomes a bit tricky. Gosner, he should go probably to the other side of this valley to get up more support. You can see here you have 4,000, and from there to go from here to the turn point. We can see that Wenzel is on the turn point. Wenzel is at 4,400. He has enough altitude probably to just come back, go through the gates I showed to you that they are around 3,600. What about Roca? Well, they are trying to climb. He's 100 meters. And Vidal, he's 3,000 meters. Let's see where they are. Looks like Vidal is going to the outside instead of trying to insist in that's right. Instead of trying to get some altitude to go through this way. they're trying to go to the area of Lagunas. From there to climb here, get back into the ridge. Once you get to the ridge here, to jump on this gate and get to the other point. This is going to be interesting. There are some that have enough altitude. There are some others that will have to gain some altitude to be able to cross. But and we have probably Vidal and Roca, who are going to the outside area. Yes, they're going. Roca and Vidal are going around the area of Lagunas. And this is the area. Roca is flying at almost 3,000 meters, and Vidal is flying at 3,000 meters. So they are almost flying together, and they will probably go to Lagunas and from there all the way up to continue to the south to make the other point. Here in Santiago and Vitacura, we have a temperature of about 28 degrees. The local time is almost 6 p.m. And I know that most of the guys in the north area of Europe and the States, this time must be about 9 or 10 p.m. We would like to say hello to Brian Sprickler, Roland Stuck, Christopher Ruch, and many other friends that like Vladimir 14, that they have been here at the Sailplane Grand Prix in Chile in the past. Also, anybody that has been around here will enjoy what we're trying to show you, which are all this last day of the Sail Grand Prix in Chile. We're just waiting for the refreshing. We can see that Gosner went around the turn point. Wenzel, as we mentioned before, turned around and went straight south. We knew that he had a lot of altitude, so we're going to see what he's going to do. From that point where Wenzel is, he has a straight flight fast to the last point before the 3K and the airfield in Vitacura. Last point is Abanico, which is at the side of San Ramon. Well, I just told you that Wenzel has just hit the area of the Españoles. He's flying at 3,800. So he's the first one by now. Let's see what happened with the others. We can see that Gosner is probably working his way, trying to gain some altitude. Gosner is flying at 3,500. That's not good enough to go straight. So probably what we have to do is what Roca and Vidal are doing to going through Lagunas. Roca is flying 3,000 and Vidal is flying 3,100. Just good enough to go through the Españoles, and he's making 190 kilometers an hour. So that means they are going fast. Let's see what they are now. I think that we got just a new refreshing, because that's going to be part of the final race. We can see that Wenzel just going straight to the point. He's flying at 255 kilometers an hour. At that altitude, you get a very good, strong wind, but he has enough altitude just to go in the center of the valley without too many problems to make the Abanico and back to Vitacura, and he's at the time the first one. Roca and Vidal are just coming into the Españoles areas. Roca is 3,000, which is just good enough, and Vidal is 3,100, but they are flying at 235 kilometers an hour, so they are speeding up. I don't think that they have enough speed on altitude to catch Wenzel, but both of them, either Vidal or Roca, they're going to be second and third. Costner, you can see that Wenzel is way out, straight ahead. Roca and Vidal are just coming into the Españoles, all this ridge around here, and from there straight to the point. And Costner probably worked out something here where we saw him the last time, and you can see the refreshing. He's trying to go inside. Let's see what is his altitude. His altitude is 3,700. That just there. He's just there. You saw before that I showed you that most of the gates in that area are around 3,700. So you have to be careful. But on the other hand, he has a good tailwind that is just helping him. He will have to go there. From here, probably to go through this gate and get again into the Españoles. De La Rosa is just going up this valley. He's flying at 3,600. He might be able to do the same. He will have to be careful. That valley, either you go on the right side or on the left side. Sometimes you get it descended in both sides. Roca and Vidal are just coming around the area of Españoles. Vidal is flying at 211 kilometers an hour. When he gets through that gate, he has 2,700, and he has around 30 kilometers glide straight to Abanico, from Abanico to 3K and then to Vitacura. Roca is just flying behind him, almost the same altitude, almost the same speed, about 200 kilometers an hour. What's going on with Wenzel? Wenzel was coming the other way. He's 37, I'm sorry, 2,300. And he's flying at 260 kilometers an hour. We have just seen Alex Chanes that landed here in Vitacura. And as I show you, Wenzel is coming too and very fast. This guy was very patient. He worked out his way up to a very high in the inside, and is going to make the Abanico, and from there back to the 3K. And here's going to be the first one today. Following him, We have Vidal and Roca, who's going to be second and third. Gosner just passed the gate here, and he's going to the Españoles. De La Rosa probably is trying to get more altitude there. He's only 3,600. He will have to be careful. I think they will just work, be patient, get at least 200 more meters height, and then just continue. Now we have Wenzel on 3K. And looking to the outside of the window. He's almost ready to pass through. So we had Wenzel as the first place. We can see that second place is going to be Vidal and Roca. Roca in the third place. We're just waiting to see Wenzel to go through. We're going to see on the new refreshing that Wenzel is going to go through as the first one of the task of today, which was 217 kilometers an hour. I think that they're going to make it in. I know it was a bit tricky, but I think it's probably going to be around 100 kilometers an hour average speed. In the meantime, Costner is already flying into the Españoles. De La Rosa has decided to go to the outside. This is a bit tricky. He didn't manage to. He's going to have to go around here. He's flying now at 3,400. Just there. We can see that Wenzel I think that he's just entertaining himself, going around. In the meantime, he went to Manquehue. I think that after he passed through, he went to Manquehue. We can see that Vidal and Roca, they're accelerating as much as they can, 220 kilometers an hour. And Roca, who is behind him, is 200 kilometers an hour, a bit lower. But they're just flying to be at the final, so that we can Vidal on the second place, Roca on the third place. Gosner, who's in the Españoles, coming down south to the other turn point, he's at 270 kilometers an hour at 3,000 meters. He's going to leave the Españoles and go into the valley with no ridge. So he has also a tailwind that is helping him. And because of the altitude, he's just going as fast as he can. What about De La Rosa? Well, De La Rosa is going to the area of Lagunas right here. He will have to turn around and probably just to go through the Españoles and back. Phil Sturley. Where's Phil? His field stall is 2,300 meters. Oh, I understand that he couldn't go through the gates here near the copper mine. He probably has just gone around, and he's in the area, probably going to Lagunas to see if he gets some height to be able to get back. Now we can see that De La Rosa has just turned around in the area of Lagunas, and from there he will just do ridge flying to Vitacura. Gosner is just gone into the valley. Rene made the turn point. Roca just behind him. Wenzel is flying around the area of Manquehue. Vidal is flying at 250, almost 250 kilometers an hour. And Roca is flying 150 kilometers an hour. We can see that, and I can see by the window that Rene is just coming into the line and to finish. And behind him is Roca, who's going to be probably the third one. I don't understand, but Wenzel is still at the Manquehue area. Probably he's just flying around, enjoying himself. This is his last day of flying. He's going back to home tomorrow. And that's right, he's 1,400 meters height. And I can see now that Rene Vidal has just landed in Vitacura. Good for him. On a second place. And Roca is probably going to, we're going to get a refreshing. I can see that Roca is coming into final. As we can get here and the new refreshing. Gosner just made the turn point Abanico and is coming to land. I'm sorry, to 3K and straight to the area of Vitacura. Gosner must be flying very fast, 270. He has 1,900 meters, which is very good. Now, what's going on with the other guys? We can see that Sube probably is going just back home. He's in the area of La Dehesa. De La Rosa left the area of Lagunas. He's in the way to get the ridges around here to go to the Españoles. All this ridge here. He's flying at 3,300 meters, which is excellent. From there, he has a straight flight, fast flight, straight to Abanico, and from Abanico to 3K and Vitacura. So we have that the first one was Wenzel, second one Vidal, the third one was Roca, Thomas Gonas is fourth, and De La Rosa is going to be the fifth one. In the meantime, we have Phil Sturley, who's has loosened a lot of altitude. He's only 2,000 meters, and he's way outside. Uh, it's not a very good area. He's in the lower part of Lagunas. This is the area of Lagunas. This is a valley, and this is another ridge here. So he's in the lower part of Lagunas. Probably he was not able. Once you get in the lower system, usually it doesn't really help you. It is not very good. De La Rosa is already on the system of the Españoles, just heading south. We have Nico Becerra. Nico Becerra is coming south, but he didn't go to the Lagunillas turn point here in the south. So he's probably just flying and getting some experience. He's a young pilot, very good one. He should be the ones that will take over Roca and Vidal. Well, I have just been told that Wenzel, who I showed to you, is still flying at the area of Manquehue. This, as I mentioned to you, this is his last day, so he's just enjoying the area. I'm probably trying to get all your water tanks very dry before packing the glider. He's leaving home tomorrow. Thomas Gosner is just passed through, is ready to land. We can see that Günther Sube is in the area of Manquehue, in his way back. So at this moment, we have only flying Sube, Nico Becerra, De La Rosa, who is in the area of the Españoles. He's flying at 3,400 and 155 kilometers an hour. At that altitude, he should go faster just to get into the Abanico and finally to make it. He will be the fifth one to complete the task today. Well, what's going on with Phil Sturley? Well, Phil went to the outside of the area of Lagunas. He's still 2,000 meters. We're gonna see what's going on with him. Well, he's still in this area. This is rather flat area with some small area, but this is the area of Apoyo, and this is the area of Lagunas. He should come to there, to right here. There he is. He should get some good height, at least 500 meters more, which is very good in this area right here. You can see it's 2100. We know that he was flying 2000. So just to climb up slowly, move to the Lagunas areas, which is this area around here. And from there, back to Vitacura, or to just get a lot of altitude in there. It might be interesting to see what are the kind of cumulus on that area, to be able to make a decision, or to take a decision, if he will still try to go into the mountains here and to go to the turn point inside right here. Unless you have here in Lagunas at least 3800, you will be able to go to this hotspot and from there to the turn point. Less than that, it's just not necessary to suffer. Well, Phil has just gone to the Apoyo. He should work his way. The chances, if you don't have enough altitude, is to go to the landing strip in Los Andes. This city right here, landing strip is right there. So he has something like about 10 kilometers if he decided to land there, to go around this hill, get a bit of support here, and from there just to land. I can see by the window that Quinto Subit just landed, so he's back home and didn't complete the task. Very, very good for De La Rosa. De La Rosa is flying 190 kilometers an hour, 3,200 meters, and he's just going straight to Abanico, and from Abanico back to 3K. There is De La Rosa. It's just at the end of the Españoles, new refreshing, you can see here, just going straight to the turn point Abanico. He's now flying at 240 kilometers an hour and less than 3,000 meters, which is going to be the fifth one. Good for him that completed the task. You can see that Wenzel is still playing around the air of Manquehue. It looks like he doesn't want to land. He wants to continue flying. He's been around for several days, or more, I would say more, several weeks of gliding, but he still doesn't want to land. It's just like when you're playing with your toys. Well, De La Rosa is just leaving the Españoles straight to Abanico, and from there to 3K, and he's going to land very safely. What's going on with Phil Sterling? Phil still is working up in the area of Apoyo. He's flying at almost 2200. He was 2000 meters, so he has gained almost 200 meters. So that's very good. Keep working. That will take you up again to be able to get back to Vitacura. Where is he? Well, still at the Abanico. Phil still now is 2600. Fantastic. But as I told you before, he has to be at least close to 3,800 meters to make an attempt to go to the turn point in Saladillo. We're waiting for the refreshing. De La Rosa, we know that he's flying fast. And from there, he will go to Abanico and to finish. So the first one was Wenzel today. The second one was Vidal. Third one, Roca. Fourth one was Thomas Gosner. And the fifth one is De La Rosa. Phil Sterler has not completed yet. Nico Becerra didn't complete. Alex Chanes didn't complete the task. And Javier Gaude, who also didn't complete the task. Günther Suber didn't complete the task. As I mentioned before, the task was almost 220 kilometers with 5 turn points and 3K. A bit tricky. It started in the outside and then went to the 3 points in the inside. And obviously you have to work up to go into the second system to be able to continue and to complete the task. Some of them were very patiently and all did that. So that was very good. Some others were a bit pushy and didn't have the time to go up, and the results were not very good. We can see that Phil Sterling is still in the Apoyo. He's kind of going up almost to 2,900. That's a very good height just to head and back to Vitacura to be able to pass the 2 gates that we have from there flying the ridges to Vitacura. Unless he moves to the area of Lagunas. If he has a good cumulus there, we're here today at 6 p.m. 6 and 15 minutes local time. The day is beginning to get a bit weaker and cold, so it's not a good chance to try to climb and going into. Now we can see in the refreshing he's moving into the Laguna areas, which is right around here. And good days you can go up here to 4,000, all this area. From there you move to this one. Here you can go out also to more than 4,000 meters to get to the turn point and back. He might still try to do that. That would be interesting because that would be another guy that will complete the task. He's now at almost 3,000 meters and going into the area of Laguna to see if he gets more. If not, he will have to decide to get back. We're going to wait for the refreshing to see what's going on with the Phil Sterling. We know it has gone up to 3,000. We just want to know what's going to be his decision. To still climb in this area or just to go back around here to Vitacura. There he is. He had just left the Apoyo. He's coming into the area of Lagunas. You see here the lines of 2800. There he is. He's coming into, and we knew that he was flying at 3000, so he might get something here. He might be seeing some cumulus, or just to continue to Vitacura through this ridge. You can see that this ridge has here 3,200 meters, and if you go all the way down, you find yourself here with 2,000 meters. So we have a difference from here all the way up here of 1,000 meters height. The sun is in this side, so usually hits all these areas. The wind comes from this area going up, so that's there are several triggering hot spot that will give us very good lift. That's why we always come to this area, which is very good. And in the refreshing, we're going to see what's going to be the decision of Phil. Either to stay flying there, trying to gain more altitude, or more than that, just to go to Vitacura. The important decision is going to be if she will continue getting up and to make it to the turn point. Looks like he's flying around the Lagunas area. Let's see what he's doing. He's, well, the same altitude, almost 3,000. But he's still thinking on getting height to continue to the turn point. Otherwise, he will just fly straight to the ridges and back to Vitacura. Will be interesting if he gets his way up to go to the turn point, back to the Lagunas, and from there fly the ridges straight to Abanico, and that will be a very good task for him. Looking at the window, we just saw Silverio de la Rosa landed. Very good for him. Wow, we have a refreshing, and we still see de la Rosa. I'm sorry, Phil Sterling. He's gone up to 3,245 meters. He has gained 250 meters. That area of Lagunas is very good. So I'm going to wait. What is he going to do? As I said before, if he gets here very high, it will be good for him to fly here. This is an area that also you might get higher, and at least 3,800 meters, ideally 4,000, to go to the point, make the turn point, and back probably the same way. You might lose at least 1,000 meters going in and out. This is just about 10 kilometers gliding, but very, very complicated with turbulence and descending. We're just going to wait for the refreshing. If well, there he is. He's just going to the higher part of the lagunas. He's now going up to almost 3,400. He might be looking for another spot there. He's coming into this area of lagunas. Usually right here you get very good thermals in this corner. If he has that and might go up to, we know that he's 3,300 meters, but if he gets here up to at least another 500, he might be interested in going in. We're just going to wait for the refreshing to see if he continues over this ridge back to Vitacura, or he will continue with the effort to go inside. Hello. Waiting for the refreshing, we think that we see that Phil Stirling is trying to go inside. He's flying 3400, and from here he should go into this area. Once he gets here, well, it did that. He's going to here. Let's see what altitude he has there. 3,300 meters height, which is very good. But from here, he will have to jump to cross this valley and to get into this area. We're just going to wait for the refreshing. What is he going to do? We know that here he's flying a ridge of 3,200, and this goes all the way down to 2,200. So you have here 1,000-meter valley that comes up again to the area that we are interested to get some lift, which is in this corner. So he might around here, and from here start working up. This is very good, and trying to go up. From here, you'll have to cross this other ridge, which is from 3,400 all the way down to 2,000. That's why once you live here, having the wind from the left of your screen, you go into a descended pattern very, very strong. You hit the turn point and you try to come back here. Usually you have to go around this area to jump again in this area. Otherwise, this will take you all the way down. Well, you can see he's already crossing the valley, coming into this area where there are good lift, and he's flying now at 3,200, speeding up to get there soon. That's not very bad. That's very good. So he should be able to make it. That will be very interesting. It will be a good task for him. I can't see him. Where is he? There he is. We haven't got a refreshing yet, but he's just heading this area. We don't know if he's looking at the outside, if he has any cumulus. From this window in Vitacura, we see that there are cumulus all the area of Farellones, El Plomo, and to the copper mine. So he should have some lift in this area too. Anyway, he's not coming to Vitacura. He's going up to try to make the point, which sounds very good. So we have another. Look at that. He continues straight to the point. Brave man. Phil Stirling. He's flying at 3,200, 180 kilometers an hour. He wants to make the point and come back. We're going to wait for the new refreshing. Now we have just got the refreshing, and we can see that Phil Sterling is at the turn point of Saladillo. Now let's see what's happening. He's flying 3100. Oh, that's very good. That means that there are not much descending in that area. So he should be able to make a turn and back on the same way that he has just flown, uh, that he already knows if he is going down or just staying there. So he might have a good altitude to go to Lagunas, and from there to fly straight to Españoles and back to Vitacura. That would be a very interesting task for him to be completed. Uh, that shows you that even if you are in Apoyo and Lagunas, you have still the time to work up, and it's a bit hard work, but you can do it and you can complete it. We're going to wait for the refreshing. There it is. We're going to see which way he's going to come back. He was just flying around this ridge and went straight. If that area didn't have much of a descendant, a good idea would be just to come back in the same way. Yeah. Otherwise, we'll have to go outside, or otherwise is to come back here and turn around. You can see here that we are in the line of 2500. What is his altitude now? Almost 3300. Oh, that's interesting. He might found a lift because there are cumulus inside. If he gets a lift, a thermal right there, he might get some altitude right there and then to be back. Looks like he's going up because he's flying 111 kilometers an hour. He has 3,300 meters. So I think he's going to continue. Gain altitude, and from there, see what's going on. We're just going to wait for the refreshing, and we're going to see what's going to happen. He stays in the same place. That means he's going up. Otherwise, he will have to go this way. Well, we just got a new refreshing. Apparently, he's still there, and he's climbing up. He's has gained almost 200 meters. So he just continue there. When he gets enough altitude, he will just have to go probably to go back to Lagunas, but very safely, and from there just turn around and back home. We're going to have to wait for the new refreshing because his decision is going to be interesting. It's not a spot that you can stay for too long, but apparently he has had a lift that has been triggered somewhere in the lower part of the valley. We know he's flying at 3,400, and we can see that the line here are 2,400. So he's almost 1,000 meters above this area, and you can see all the way down here is 2,000. So from here you just get a lift and you get a good hot point here. He's probably going to be patient to gain the maximum altitude. I don't think he's planning to go from here to the south like Wenzel did it, because then you need at least 4,000 meters and more than that to pass those gates close to the copper mine, which are around 3,700. Well, he's still there. As you can see, he's still turning around. Let's see what has he gained. He has 3,500. Remember that he just arrived there at 3,200. So he's still going up. We have just waited for the refreshing. Now that we're waiting for the last competitor, Phil Sturley, he just left the area of the turn point. We knew that he was about 3,500. He's just aiming the area what I told you that it was very good. Let's see what is the altitude now. Oh, he's still keeping the altitude. That's very good. As I told you, he knew probably that there was not much of a descendant in that area. So that flight, it has become very secure and very safe for him. Now from there, he should go to Lagunas, go around the Lagunas area, and I mean from here straight to this area here, passing here, and just become a ridge line back to Abanico, and from Abanico to 3K and Vitacura. So this is going to be another competitor who will be back home, and very happily we're going to have 6 gliders that completed the task completely. We're going to have to wait for the refreshing to see what Phil is doing. You're right. We just have the new refreshing, and he's continued the straight line to Lagunas. Yeah, as I showed you before, this valley has it's a very deep. You get here, and he's flying at 166 kilometers an hour and keeping an altitude of 3,300 meters. Very good enough. Just make it to the Lagunas, and from there back to Vitacura. I hope he's going to be careful, not speeding up. It's not necessary. It's better to keep your height, and from there just go this way. From the turn point straight to these high ridges, passing through. Probably he got some lift here and just turn around and continue. He's going to do the same thing here, but he needs to get in this area. There's a small gate there to go through. If you cannot make it here, sometimes you have to go outside, turn around, and back this way. We'll wait a few minutes for the new refreshing. The task of Phil has become very interesting, and it's just there you are. It's just coming into the area of Lagunas. You can see that even if you are very low at the apoyo, if you are very patient, you can see that the effort is good. Phil is now flying at 3,100 meters and 160 kilometers an hour. He will have to be careful to make that turn around on the Lagunas and to get inside of the ridge, and from there just get back to Abanico, 3K, and the finishing line. We'll just wait for the refreshing and see what he's going to do. We know that he's flying at 3,200, and you can see here that the 3,200 line is right here, and this is the 3,000 line. So he will have to go here. Here is a gate. He might aim this one. You have to be careful here, but probably the best one is just to go around here, make a turn, and back into this ridge, and to fly all this back home. You can see that all this ridge is around 3,000 and 3,200. We'll wait for the refreshing, and we'll tell you what's going on. Just as I mentioned to you, he had to go all the way down to make the turn and get into this lift we have here into the 2800 line. Let's see what he has. He has 2900, which is just above the turn, but good enough to be able to make it straight to Vitacura, just flying the ridges of Lagunas and Españoles. Back to Abanico and Vitacura. As far as I know, he should be able to complete this, and it's going to be a very good price for him just to complete it today. We just wait for the refreshing. As I mentioned to you, all this area here is the ridge of Lagunas. As you can see, that Phil Stirler is obviously flying that ridge, and from here he will make this turn, and from here back to Vitacura. He's flying at almost 3,000, which is just good enough. But all that ridge, if he flies carefully, like 140 kilometers an hour, he will make it without any more thermal flyings, just to fly in ridges. We're just waiting for the new refreshing to see what Phil Sterling is doing. He's flying at 3100, very good enough to start flying that ridge he's just getting into, and from there he has a straight flight to, he will just fly, will have to go he will just have to go from there to, I'm sorry, from here all the way these ridges back to Españoles, around here, and back to Abanico, 3K, and just to be another one that will just finish the task. Well, having Phil and his way straight to Vitacura, and having seen that he was able to make the last turn point, the tricky one, I think that I would like to finish this. I would like to say hello to all the others, and to thank the people from the IGC to trust in Vitacura to have a complete sail plane of the Grand Prix. Some in the next few years, we expect to have another sail Grand Prix, and someday, as we had it before, a final in this area of the southern hemisphere. We can see that Phil is just heading south, so we just have to congratulate all the pilots that participate in this sail plane Grand Prix, and to all the friends, I would like to say goodbye and see you next time.